Hello, welcome to the stream. I think this is like part 4 or 5 of the new item pickups run. Good to see you, Bone Reaper, glad you could join the stream. And Tornik, yes, this will be a video eventually, once I've got all the scripting and editing done, which could take a while. So I think I'm going to start by seeing if I can find yeah, I've not been into the dungeon here. So yeah, at the end of the last stream, I was searching, hopefully, for a warding cobalt shield by going to a bunch of different celebration worlds and taking down Skeletron in them, and then getting a golden key from a wooden chest and using that on the second dungeon chest to get a whatchamacallit, well, to hopefully get a warding cobalt shield, because at the moment I've just got menacing, which is better than the lucky one that I had before, or not lucky, precise, because at the moment Skeletron kills are essentially free. It's really not an issue at all, to be honest. It's just the time investment of waiting for him to spawn. May as well look through here while I'm waiting. I think this is where I can get the regen potions, so... Yes, I've made quite a few Skyblock videos at this point. It's becoming a bit of a channel staple, I guess. Which I'm fine with, because it's a really interesting game mode that I don't think gets enough intrigue or interest. Nothing down here. Let's go take down Skeletron then. Thankfully, classic mode bosses seem to be incredibly easy, so this isn't that much of an issue. Might even be able to, yeah, hit him with the blade itself here. Easy. Now let's let's hope for a fairly simple dungeon. If I got my... I do have my lucky horseshoe on. Brilliant. Yeah, the issue with a lot of this is 100 health. So even, well, especially spike traps seem to be quite deadly to me. I think it's probably the thing I've died most of, come to think of it. At least while trying to get the cobalt shield. Once I've got it, I won't have to go back to the dungeon at all, really. Technically, you need to check a total of 6 chests on average to get it, and if in those worlds, even if you don't get the shield, you full clear the dungeon to get the guaranteed gold key there too. Yes, yeah, basically. The issue really is the situations where I don't get a wooden chest, or at least I don't get one quickly. Because I still get loot, even if that doesn't lead to the exact drop that I'm looking for. What an awful dungeon. Very hostile towards people, it seems. Hello Cheese, good to see you. And you too, Indominus Rex. I hope it is indeed Gigapoggers. I do hate cracked bricks, that's something that I hope we can all agree on, is that cracked bricks are terrible. So that should be the second chest, I think. I don't think there's any other route it possibly could have taken. So now I just need to get to the 8th chest to get a gold key. Without dying to these spike traps, which is easier said than done. Feels like this is darker than it was the last time I played. Don't know why that is. Well, the guaranteed wooden chest is the last in the loot rotation, so it's generally in the lower parts of the world. Well, yeah, I figured out in the last stream, I think after you left, that it's not necessarily the order that it generates in, like, top to bottom. It's like going through the dungeon when it generates. So there's me found at least one wooden chest now. May continue to see if there's another one. Certainly seems to be a fair bit of dungeon left, so let's See if I can't find another wooden chest. Not that kind of wooden chest. Well, these spikes are just awful in this dungeon. Never seen such a spiky dungeon before. Okay, so this is the bottom, but there are a few other branches. Try checking it out up there. Surprised I didn't get hit by that trap there. Possible you had night owl effect. I don't think so. I think it just seemed lighter for some reason. I've got my mining helmet on, so I don't know what that's about. I imagine that's probably it, to be honest. So where was the second chest? Chest 1. Pot. I think that's chest 2 up there then. Oh hey Wixel, how you doing? Good to see you could join. Right, let's hope for opening the right chest. Got the right chest, and we got warding. Perfect. So that's me technically done everything that I wanted to do for this section of the video. Well, not video, but stream. Which means I'm probably gonna go back to the main world and continue mining at the Plantera arena. What are we up to now? Well, we are at the stage where I've kind of done everything I want to do in pre-hard mode gear-wise. Like, I think this is the best I can get, other than continuing to search Sky Islands for fledgling wings. And did you legit just turn up and I got the drop I was after? Yes. That was the first chest that I had checked, so it only took 18 minutes of this stream, but it did take maybe another hour from the last stream. So now I've got a full warding setup, which should hopefully do pretty well for both the rest of pre-hard mode and actual hard mode itself, because I'm not going to get anything else until post-mex. I'll maybe keep the menacing cobalt shields just as a backup. Those all come in handy. Okay, so I got some extra cloud blocks that I can use over here. After this, I think we're pretty much ready for the hard mode prep, which is a separate issue that I haven't actually discussed on stream yet, because we're going to need to set up something very specific so that we can get the mechs to spawn. And it's going to be easiest to do that in pre-hard mode. Also making an arena for mechs in pre-hard mode might be worth it. That's true. I could do that. Get this slime out. Yes, I do certainly have a plan for the mechs, but it's going to take a while. It's going to be quite a grindy plan, I think. And I'm going to need to like take a world back up probably just to make sure I get it right. Because I don't want to go through all the preparation and then mess it up at the last second. I don't know whether I'm going to explain it too much on stream, or whether just to leave it until I'm actually at the point of it potentially working or not. Like part of me wants to just leave it as a surprise. See if people can figure it out while I'm doing it. Can you get a hint? It's going to take a lot of chests. That's your hint. Which is somewhat cryptic, admittedly, but... Let's get rid of this island here. Do I have mining potions in my piggy bank? I do. I already know the plan and had a few of my own, and I get the general idea too before I was even told. Yeah, but the fact that you had to be told, you know, maybe you should spend another few thousand hours in Terraria, because you should have just known without being told. You might, it might come to you, Wixel, once you see what I'm doing. Like once I start going ahead with the plan. Oh, I don't have the flying carpet. What do I want to swap that for? Probably the Band of Regen, to be honest. I'm thinking I'm probably going to have to go to more worlds to get more clouds at this point. At least if I want to make this all out of clouds to keep it consistent. Yeah, 15,000 hours, just you're not living up to your name. People expect better. Okay, so we've got a bunch of graph potions. Let's see if we can't find a bunch of... well, let's pop these away first. Find a bunch of clouds and potentially some wings. I think from 10 onwards I'd never checked the Sky Islands. I checked a couple. I can definitely check more. I have 450 hours of these rookie numbers or no. Yeah, that's kind of rookie numbers, I'm not gonna lie. I think between modded and vanilla I've got maybe 2,000, 2,500 hours. Let me check Steam real quick. Yeah, 905 in Terraria and 1,086 in regular NT mod loader. Yeah, not so much living up to your name, but living up to your to what people expect from you with 15,000 hours in the game. 2,900 in the base game. Have you ever played modded? Or I can't remember from the video we did if that was you or Bench that was saying you've only ever played vanilla. Okay, so at least got some clouds from that one. You have, but not too much. Okay, I'm assuming just the most popular mods. Thing is, I think that I don't know if I technically prefer vanilla to modded, but I feel like the restrictions of vanilla do kind of lead to some creative solutions to problems compared to modded. Oh, so you've done playthroughs before Tmodload was even on Steam. That's quite a while ago. Fargo's Furtherworthy Masochist. That sounds awful. I mean, I'm hoping it's at least not in hardcore, but knowing you, only at Golem 250 hours in, that's a lot of time. Even just making arenas in Get Fixed Boy or Furtherworthy is awful, to be honest. Like, I'm not surprised. Let's check over this side. It'd be insane if it was hardcore. Yeah, that's why I thought it might have been, just because you're the one that's doing it. Oh, we got some wings. Just menacing, but you know what? Menacing's pretty nice. We'll keep checking a bunch of different worlds, see if we get some wording ones. Alright, so I've checked all the sky here. Try 12. Okay, I can check more of the sky here. Mostly prefer modded, won't refer, especially Calamity, for the more open and interesting progression of the game. Yeah, I see that. I mean, I do think Calamity opens up more room for kind of specialization into different things. Like if you want to specialize into a glass cannon build, you can do that so much more in Calamity than you can in vanilla. Especially, I mean, like Dimensional Soul Artifact is essentially built for glass cannons. There's nothing like that in vanilla. It's all just the opportunity cost of using damage is that you can't use that slot for defense. Whereas having an item that's like, oh no, you actually have to take more damage to deal more damage is insane when it comes to vanilla. Wexel, you're saying you love playing things that you know you'll struggle with. I'm kind of the same, to be honest. Like, I don't want to play something that I know I can do. That's why I don't do, like, bows only challenges, because realistically, if you title a video like, can you beat Calamity with bows only? Like, yeah, of course you can. A lot of people do that unintentionally, like, outside of using the copper short sword at the start. I mean, I genuinely don't know if this is actually possible. I've done some testing that says it hopefully should be, but whether or not I can do it is another matter. Like, it could be possible on paper, but I might not be able to actually do it. Which is an interesting kind of dichotomy. People told me that Fargo's Mascus mode wasn't worth playing because it was too hard, so I started playing it on a further worthy seed. Yeah, don't tell a YouTuber something will be too hard. Because they'll either do it, or they'll download way too many quality of life mods and then do it, and it'll just be easy. Apparently you can count on one hand the amount of people who have beat the final boss of that mod on... Okay, I was wondering if I was reading that wrong, but no. Yeah. I was a little confused for a second. I'm imagining there's not going to be another Skyland there, but I kind of want to check, just in case. And I can use my flute for that. Been binge watching your vids after getting recommended the Skyblock video banger content. Thank you, I'm glad you're enjoying it. Hopefully it won't take too long to get this one out once I've actually recorded it all. I'm thinking it should be a fairly easy video to edit. Oh, there is a Sky Island, just not the kind of one I want. I think that was 12 I was on, so let's go 13. Nope, that was 13 I was on, so let's go 14. I don't like to start challenge runs that can't be beaten, so the enjoyment from checking the route and doing research too. This is also why I have text file for each challenge run, where I have detailed lists of the gear and things that I can get. Yeah, I do the same. I've kind of, like, I think the planning definitely is part of the enjoyment for me. I've got a spreadsheet with different tabs for different, like, Calamity challenge run ideas. So, maybe they'll all get made eventually, but I don't know. Oh, hey Neville, how are you doing? Good to see you could join. What progress are you at? Been missing the past streams? So, I don't know if you mean you've missed just like the last one or two, or if you've missed it from the start, but essentially, for the people who have missed it, I'm using the Encumbering Stone to stop me from picking up any items. Which means I can only get items from chests or NPC loot. Because that's not picking items up, that's just transferring them from one inventory to your inventory. So they're the only things that kind of get me items in this run. As for more specifically the last episode, we defeated Queen Bee, got our pair of Warding Dune Rider boots, and then at the start of this stream got the Warding Cobalt shield. You have assorted text files for them and larger lists for them all. I do wonder how many like hundreds of ideas you've gone through or still have for challenge playthroughs. Because like 15,000 hours in the game, you must think of some rather obscure things. Dundee native makes Terraria the hardest game on the planet to avoid going to outside ever again. I don't know if you're talking about me or yourself, but I'm certainly not from Dundee. Don't tar me with that brush. Yeah, there's some lovely people from Dundee. Like a handful. Okay, I think that's all of this world done. Oh no, not that one. Let's sell some of our stuff. That's not my one, so I can sell that. Don't need any paintings, don't need an angel statue. Wait, why do some of the things you say sound like a Dundonian accent? I mean, some of it's probably just generic Scottish accent, or like, I don't know, I've maybe picked up from friends or something. Hardest challenge I've seen on YouTube is the lawnmower only playthrough that Sorbet made. Yeah, that was kind of insane. That's not the sort of challenge run that I would want to do though. It didn't seem fun necessarily. The flares one seemed kind of fun though, since you actually get some, opportunity to min-max for that. I have in total a bit over 190 challenge runs right now. Most are geared to Calamity, as that's what I mainly play, and since I want to eventually know what and how every weapon works in it, so a lot of weird restrictions on those, yeah, I'd say a good 90% of those runs that no one has done, at least on YouTube. Well, I suppose I've had ideas for challenge runs in the past that would be really interesting runs, but aren't necessarily great for YouTube. Like I think I talked about this one with you before, the like stationary minions only one, like the ones that float above your head. I feel like doing a run with just those in Calamity would be quite interesting. But like, how do you package that for YouTube? There's not like a name for those that's generally accepted. It's not a known entity. It's just a subset of minions that all happen to operate similarly enough that you could classify them as like maybe a subclass, but realistically they're just minions, so it's not a subclass. You've done that one 2 times now, of course. Gotta package it into another video. Yeah, I mean that's what I did with the daggers only run, because I started a daggers only run like what, 2021 maybe, and then just got burnt out of it after I edited the Calamity 100 Days video. because that was the biggest project I'd done so far, and I wasn't really ready for the burnout I would feel from it. So then when I came back to it, I was like, okay, so just doing I beat Calamity with daggers only probably isn't going to be that interesting packaging. So I kind of tried to make it a bit more of like a timed thing with having to do it in 100 days. And that also gives me the option to like rename it a year from now to just like 100 days in Calamity. And then maybe that attracts a different audience or something. I saw a Centuries Only Calamity run, but I haven't seen a vanilla one. Well, lucky for you, I've done both. It's possible it's my one you saw, to be honest, the Calamity one. But I did do a vanilla one a little bit a while ago. It was one of my first videos that kind of did really well, to be honest. And do I want to just start on the other side? Yeah. Yeah, there just isn't a good way to do separate minions, even if Calamity had a lot of them that function differently, like in the files I sent to you. Yeah, it's kind of the disadvantage of doing a lot of this for YouTube, is that you can have good ideas that just don't work on YouTube, but would be quite fun to play or interesting to go through. Yeah, throwing in stuff like that is always a nice surprise. 100 days, but then boom, also daggers only. Yeah, I mean, at the moment, it's just like I collected all daggers in 100 days or something, but it could definitely kind of niche into either just the daggers only part or the 100 days part. I should probably do that soon, to be honest, before the video's too old, while it's still like one of the more recent ones on my channel. I was thinking that maybe the like collection sort of thing could become a sub niche, like how 100 days content is its own like meta at this point. Like I thought that maybe a whole collection thing would like take off a bit, but it didn't take off in the way that I had hoped it would. I think it's still a good video. It's a video that I went back to after like 9 months or something without editing it. Like I was at a point where I was like, right, I could either finish this Terraria video that I've done and continue with this Terraria channel, or I could like try and pivot into Minecraft or something, especially like mod pack development. And I decided to go back to that one after the Minecraft video I was working on got corrupted because of the replay footage. So the whole reason I'm here doing this is because of some corrupted replay mod footage, so. Thank you, Apple, that's very kind of you. I feel like I recognise that username. No, I don't recognise the channel though. More recently I made files for certain types of bosses, like worms, and I can only use gear, materials and weapons dropped by those types of enemies. That's an idea that I've had, is like worms only, or worm loot only, because I feel like that would work well on YouTube. Because like worm bosses have become a bit of a meme in the Terraria community. This must be a medium world. Yeah, worm boss loot only would be quite an interesting one. Or not worm boss loot, but worm loot. Anything that has kind of worm-like features. I don't know how you'd start that though. I couldn't find a starting weapon when I was looking into it. You called them hit list runs where you need to go out your way to kill every one of those enemies. That's a good way of putting it, maybe. Okay, I need to sell some items before moving on to the next world. Or as soon as I do move on to the next world. Ooh, almost died there. They seem to be... Oh, they're hitting harder because I don't have any of my gear on. That'll be why. Yeah, I was wondering why they were hitting for 24. You should be hitting for like single digits. Oh, that's just a water one. I hate not being able to wear like boots and wings and different things. Like if I could combine some of these accessories together, I wouldn't need to wear them all separately. That makes sense, obviously, but like none of these combine together on their own. But like if I could combine Sandstorm in a bottle with a red balloon and a horseshoe, I wouldn't then need the wings probably. Oh, the regen potions are coming from here. Interesting. Okay, can't really use other loadouts to save space. I think it might be worth just placing down piggy bank here. Let's just put everything in. Except the cloud, since we're getting a lot of that. Tell you what, I can also actually put in these. Also, I have other types of boss slash enemies like eyes, slime slash jumping bosses, and bee bosses. The last two are more broad than the names, since they are still okay enough, and it's all calamity, obviously. Right, let's do one more. It's taking like 3 potions to get through this medium world. Yeah, eye bosses I could see working. Slime slash stomper type enemies, yeah. I'm assuming there's not many that aren't slimes. It'll be like Astrum Aureus. That's about it. For worms, the tentacle spike is the earliest you can get. And in my runs I do allow some things that make it more fun to play, since zero mobility just gets sluggish and boring near endgame. Since it would be just minecart cheesed all the way. Yeah, that's true. I don't like a lot of these challenge runs that are like, oh, I'm going to completely invalidate the Year of Worlds by using minecarts on it. Did I see the collecting all 312 accessories in Terraria movie? I haven't, no, I've been recommended it a couple of times and it's in my watch later playlist, but since it's such a long video, I just haven't had the time to put aside to watch it all yet. I also hate the term movie being used for Terraria content, and I'm not gonna lie. Nothing against the creators that use it, I just like the term itself. I feel like if you're not gonna tell someone in real life that you've made a movie, I don't think you should be titling your Terraria video a movie. If you're not gonna be like, oh yeah, I make movies online. I don't know. It just, I think it doesn't apply. Aureus, Golem, Ravager, and later even Ravager Post-Providence are the most notable non-slimes. I guess the question then is, other than Ravager post-Providence, what have you got post-Moonlord? I guess it's just because of the length. Well, no, I'm fine with long videos. But, like, not every video that's long is a movie. Like, I think of movie as more of like a... I don't know. I don't know how I would describe what a movie is. But, like, if you combined a 4-episode miniseries, that wouldn't necessarily just make it a movie. Yeah, you've told people that your videos are essentially feature films because they're long enough to be, but you don't title them as movies. Yeah, that's fair. The only video game movie that's allowed to exist is the Minecraft movie. We all know that. Intuitively, we all know that none of these things are movies other than the Minecraft movie. Maybe it's also because I'm a bit of a cinephile, so I kind of think of it as a separate medium entirely. That's probably how to put it. I think of movies as a separate medium to YouTube videos. Like, what works well in a YouTube video doesn't necessarily work well in a movie, and vice versa. Like, you can make some movies that work on YouTube, but they're not going to work in the same way that a Mr. Beast video does. I mean, I know that Mr. Beast is a bit of a controversial figure at the moment, so I could maybe come up with a better example, but yeah. I think full movie is just an easily understandable idea to get across that it's an entire playthrough or something. Yeah, that makes sense. I'd prefer you put like full playthrough or something. Especially when most videos are full playthroughs at this point. Like, it would make more sense to be doing that back in like 2019, 2020 when, you know, it wasn't the norm to do a full playthrough in one video. The norm was, oh, this is episode 1 of my 25-part Let's Play series. Whereas now, I think, at least within Terraria, people expect it to be a full playthrough. Different intent for each, I get it. Yeah, like I say, I've got nothing against the people that do it. It's a trend that people are capitalising on. I just think it's not something I would do. Full playthrough or full game are good options that most can understand. Yeah, I think it is literally just that at the moment, full movie is working for some YouTubers, so others will use it thinking it'll work for them. And it's like how 100 Days is a trend that worked, so people started doing it. I just don't necessarily think that can work when you're trying to take another medium and make it, you know, a YouTube video. The medium is the message, I do kind of believe that. You can't just separate the two. Okay, there's the rest of it. Has been searched. The question is, how far through this do I go before I give up and go back to my main world? I do kind of miss the times of the Let's Play. There's some times that I miss it, but then, you know, sometimes I do watch current Let's Plays that are being made and I'm like, oh my god, this is so slow, my zoomer brain cannot. Especially now that I'm older and have, like, responsibilities, and I can't just spend, like, 3 hours a week watching 3 different Let's Plays concurrently. I think it's maybe a bit overused at this point. I think I'm in the same camp as you. Like, I understand it, but I feel like it takes away a bit of the charm of a video to put it in the title myself. Yeah, that's very similar to how I feel about it. Honestly, the only current active Let's Play Terraria channel is Python GB. There are others, but they're smaller. The only big one is Python for sure. I mean, he quit for a while as well. But just like Redigit, you know, no one quits Terraria. People may take breaks from Terraria, but no one quits it. The attention span of a lack of time, yes. Yeah. It's an investment to click on like part 1 of a series. Like, I've even noticed this with my own videos. The videos that are titled like part 1 or that are shorter, like 10, 20 minutes, people assume that it's not going to be a full video, it's going to be like a part of a greater thing. And that turns a lot of people off because, I mean, you don't know if that playthrough is going to be finished. You don't know if one day they're just going to say, okay, that's it, it's done, and you're going to have an unfinished product. Whereas, if you put in the work ahead of time, play through the whole thing, edit the whole thing, script the whole thing, and release it as a 1 hour long video, people know what they're getting. They know that this playthrough has been completed. I'm not going to be left feeling like I've missed out on the rest of it. It's just, I don't know, it's the confidence that you can get as a viewer that your click is going to get what you want. OSW Guild is also quite good, yeah. I do like his videos. What I like is a somewhat edited Let's Play. Best example I can think of is Adrian's Eternity Mode playthrough. I haven't seen that one. I'll maybe have a look out for it. If you see part 2, then you know it's going to need the context of part 1. Yeah. And a lot of people don't then want to go and watch that part 1 because, you know, it's a lot of work. Okay, yeah, worth using another one. I feel that way with the new wave of TV series that only focus on the first few episodes / season and the endings are terrible. Oh yeah. Things that are basically like, oh, here's a really interesting first episode to hook you, and then nothing happens for 6-7 episodes. And they're like, oh, now here's a really interesting cliffhanger for season 2. Like, why is that the norm these days? Or like you say, the ending is just bad. And especially with companies like Netflix, it could be a really good series and then it just gets cancelled before season 2 comes out. And you're like, well, it was incomplete. That's why I think TV series should be built as if they're not going to get a next season. Because if you build it thinking, oh, well, we'll resolve that in season 2, and you never get a season 2, that's just an unresolved story, which is never satisfying. I don't mind binging a Let's Play, but a weekly or daily uploads, since I can get the idea from the first video and then do it myself, it's interesting. And if it's a full run, then it's going to take less time to get the satisfaction of the idea in an hour or 2 rather than do it myself. Well, that's another thing about really long Let's Plays. If it's not edited or very lightly edited, so much so that it would be literally quicker to do the playthrough myself, I do have to wonder what the point in watching it is. Unless it's live, because then you can have like a bit of a discussion like we're having just now. But if I just cut this into like this stream, this 4-hour stream, into 8 half-hour long episodes and then release them once a day, I can't imagine it would be the best viewing experience. But then you get messes like The Legend of Korra, where each season feels very disconnected from the others. I haven't seen that, but I'll take your word for it that they set it up for not getting another season, and that just didn't work. I hadn't thought about that, making it feel disconnected. Yeah, you don't want to be in a situation where everything is resolved and then you have to unresolve things, I guess. I hadn't thought of that. I think I will go until I've kind of run out of worlds to look through. A little bit left of this one, I guess. It's probably enough clouds, but I'd rather have too many than not enough. Probably all this world has to offer. Okay, yeah, let's try this one. What are we looking for? Mainly just clouds, to be honest, so that I can fill out the Plantera arena so that enemies don't spawn. But if we just so happen to find a pair of fledgling wings with warding on them, that would be pretty nice. Alrighty, gonna head off. Well, thanks for stopping by, Wixel. Hope to see you in the next one. If you want to see the worm hit list run and the other run files, I can send them to you. The worm one would be quite interesting to see, to be honest, but yeah, I don't know if I need to see all of them. I'll stop by if I see you live later on. I don't imagine I'll be live for too long today, to be honest. My voice is already starting to feel a bit crackly. Good luck with the mix and whatnot if I don't catch it. I won't be doing the mix today, that's going to take a lot of prep. Not necessarily for the mix themselves, but for getting them to spawn. Which I'm going to do in pre-hard mode as well, because it'd be a big pain to do it in hard mode once everything can kill me in like 1 or 2 hits. Spoilers? Well, we're going to be at the point, I think, where I'm going to have to look into starting that either this stream or the next one. And I don't know if I'll say what I'm doing as I'm doing it. I might just leave that up to people to work out, but... And there. Okay, we're getting quite a full piggy bank. I need to be on the right armor loadout. Let's get another graph potion going. Yeah, I might just start placing chests randomly throughout the world without any explanation. And then people have to work out what I'm doing. I feel like that could be fun. A little challenge for the people watching live. Again, I don't know whether this will work. It could be that I'm actually locked into pre-hard mode. Well, not pre-hard mode, I can still kill the wall of flesh for sure, but it could be that I'm locked into early hard mode where I can't progress to the mechs or anything past them. It's just a water one. It may be that the wings with warding just aren't meant to be. Also in my runs I tend to allow the use of starter bag loot till you can get your first run specific weapon / damage source, since having to go and get traps or lava just to do the same thing isn't particularly interesting to me. That's another thing where I feel like doing it for YouTube maybe locks off certain runs or makes you do them in a very different way. Like I don't want to do a run on YouTube that doesn't actually have the weapons I need to do it available pre-boss without using something like I did in the Sentries Only run, which was quite controversial. Like, people did not like that I was killing bosses using like the Slimy Saddle and the Shield of Cthulhu. There's a lot of people who felt that was cheating. Why is it not letting me use the flying carpet? That's a bit annoying. But yeah, using the starter loot, if you're just doing it for fun, makes a lot of sense. I mean, allowing the use of anything until you get your first weapon for the run kinda makes sense, as long as the first weapon isn't like post-Wall of Flesh. Like doing a repeater only run and using literally anything pre-Wall of Flesh would be a little bit, you know, even for fun, I don't know if I'd be able to stomach that. But doing so, you know, with something like rogue bombs, say, I could see that being a thing that would be fun to do for yourself, but not necessarily great for a YouTube video. I mean, that's one that I've looked into myself, doing a Rogue Bombs playthrough, but unless you get lucky with Meteorite and Golden Chests, you can't get a starting bomb, so it's at least somewhat locked off. Okay, yeah, this one hasn't been fully explored. Well, more so killing enemies. I don't think I have any runs that have to kill a boss to start the run. Yeah, thankfully there's not many like subclasses that you have to do that for. I mean, sentries in vanilla are probably one of the few from vanilla, but maybe in Calamity there is a few as well. So I've checked this one already, presumably. Yeah, I think after the backlash I got on the Sentries Only playthrough, I probably won't be doing something like that again. Unless that's like the actual challenge itself, is killing bosses without using weapons. Really annoying that it doesn't let me use the what do you call it, with the wings. The flying carpet. Oh, it's just a watery one. Okay, let's go sell what we've got. And then teleport to the other side. Go up down another. May as well go until I've got no grav potions left. I could use them for bosses, but that's a little cheesy to me as well. I like to limit it to the starter loot as it's usable but not good enough to just trivialise the enemies. Yeah, you can get pretty far with the starter loot. I got backlash on the Sentries Only playthrough. Yes, I did, on the vanilla one. There was a few comments that were like, Slimy Saddle isn't a sentry, Shield of Cthulhu isn't a sentry. So I ended up changing the title to like Sentry Weapons Only, so that, you know, at least there's a little more nuance in the title. It wasn't a crazy amount of backlash, it was just a few comments really. I don't know if you could classify it as backlash fully. You know, I'm not getting cancelled over it. What we should start doing is cancelling YouTubers for using quality of life mods. It should be a cancelable offence. YouTubers do not deserve to have a quality of life. If you're not willing to suffer for your content, don't make it. I want to see an Inferno Potion only playthrough. That would take literal hours. That's the sort of thing that Sorbet Cafe would do, to be fair. I think you could probably convince Sorbet Cafe of doing that. The more specific you go, the more likely it is that something is locked behind a boss. And generally, I deem those runs not beatable there is one subset where I make an exception for this. I'm curious what the one subset is. That's this whole world explored. Let's check 9. Okay, yeah, there's still some that's explored 9. Look, Sorbet Cafe did Lawnmower only playthrough, Inferno Potion would be way easier. Yeah, that's why I think he's the only one crazy enough to do it. And again, it probably wouldn't be a fun playthrough. You know, I like to challenge myself, but I like to have fun while doing it. You know, you could technically beat the game using something that does like less than 1 damage per second, but it's not going to be fun. The only thing is that it would involve a ton of fishing. It's not the only thing, I'm not going to lie. There's also the fact that it would take literal hours to beat the endgame bosses. Plus, actually, I don't think it would be possible because Destroyer is immune to all debuffs. And so is Lunatic Cultist, so unless there's a way around those. In the crafting tree runs in Calamity, where I want to use the specific weapons progression, I just start with the first weapon if it's not obtainable without killing a boss, as it's far more interesting trying to beat the bosses with the weapon rather than choose your way to the first weapon. Yeah, that's I'd like to do that's what's on my spreadsheet. A lot of them is like the exo tier weapons, those kind of crafting tree recipes, and unfortunately a few of them are locked behind bosses, but a lot of them aren't. I'm interested to see what the new recipe for the Exo Blade is, because I've seen in the changelogs that there's weapons getting taken out of that. So that may make the new one easier or harder as a run. Someone managed to get the Fractured Arc run before I did that, which was, you know, sad, but, you know, it was good that someone has done it. But I can still do Exoblade first. My philosophy with YouTube is, if you can't be best, be first, so my interest for something goes down massively if I see someone else has done it. Is it worth using another one here? Probably not. It's possible there's another Skyland up there, and then I'll use the rest of it to check whatever worlds I've got left that I haven't checked. Well, I mean, as long as Terrorblade is still in the crafting tree, you can bomb Demonite to get Lightsbane. Yeah. I don't think it'll be a difficult playthrough per se. But later on, in hard mode and post Moonlord, it could be a bit more difficult. Okay, let's work my way downwards, because there's more chance that I've not searched all of these. Kind of just cleaning up the worlds at this point. Nothing here. Let's try 6. Yeah, I think this is the point where I was using my grav potions. Yeah. Scrolling through the wrong bit. I'm assuming these are all going to be searched. Oh, a little bit of this world that hasn't been. How about having a chest full of grenades at the start of the playthrough and having to get as far as you can using only those grenades? That's a good idea, yeah. I've thought of something similar with ammo, where like you start with 1,000 musket balls or wooden arrows, and you have to beat the game using those, but again, I don't know how I would package that well. Try 3. Right above me. Also in vanilla, for the most part, even on master mode, you can just make mostly AFK kill them with a tanky setup and use teleporters. Yeah, I try not to use teleporters in challenge playthroughs, because that does feel a little cheesy. I may do it in this playthrough specifically because, you know, it's going to be hard enough beating bosses with 100 health and very limited weapons and armor and accessories, but I have a full list of the weapon progression. I have a full list of the weapon progression for all the post-Moonlord weapons that I have, even one weapon in pre-Hardmode, so I can send that to you. Yeah, that would be good. Let's see if... Was that 2 I was in, or 3? Come on, 13 seconds, get us 1 Sky Island. Oh, this must be a medium world. I did Exoblade already and have some videos on some of the boss kills too on YouTube. Okay, I'll maybe check those out. Oh, it did find me an island. Is this going to be... it's not water. Come on, warding wings, warding wings. The chances are incredibly low, but... Hey, I'll take another regen potion. That's still good. One more chance. Unfortunately, still not. And I'm out of space. I kind of want that mining potion. I don't need gills. Okay. Tightlet, how far can I get into Terraria with just a chest full of grenades? I don't know if... I don't like starting a challenge that I don't know if I can finish, which would be the hard part. Because I feel like I maybe wouldn't be able to complete that entirely. Let's loot all of this, being careful not to lose the money. Sell the things I don't need. perfect amount in my inventory. I'll keep a warding balloon, just in case. Or have I got a warding balloon already? I've got a menacing one. I'll keep that. This is my first time popping into this challenge. How far are you at this point? So I've killed the Eye of Cthulhu, technically King Slime on our other world, but he doesn't really get us anything. Skeletron and Queen Bee. A lot of it's just been world hopping to get the right items. And to get them with good modifiers. I've currently got warding on everything because of Celebration Mark 10 worlds giving the best modifiers, which is quite nice. Because this is pretty much the gear I'll have up until Plantera, other than an upgrade of wings from the Steampunker. Also, the Excalibur recipe changes are only on Terraria, and the whole run will be far easier as you don't have to do a 58-minute Exos fight with it, as the rework it got made it actually usable. But it will be Terrorblade only till Cultist, and then Terraria after Providence to Exos, and then win. Yeah, that's not too bad. Terrorblade is really powerful, to be honest. It can take down Cultist for sure. I mean, I took down Cultist with pre-boss gear for the low percent run, so... Terraria, I think that's probably fine for Providence. No, Terraria after Providence. Okay, yeah. Got these in there. I'm going to take a quick... Sorry, I cut off my mic too early. I'm going to take a quick break and then be back, so see you soon. And I'm back. Let's get this arena finished. I think you get the Entropic Claymore after Cultist, and then killing Prov with that to get the Terraria. That's not bad. Entropic Claymore is a really good weapon, and since you're not restricted on gear, like I was in the low percent run, you're probably fine, to be honest, with that. And it's also been reworked as well, I guess. And it seems maybe more viable in the new patch. Also, Terraria rework was so bad that Entropic Claymore was a better choice on some bosses since it locked you in a direction when you start to use it and only had one non-homing projectile. Yeah, Entropic Claymore is quite nice for the homing, but I'm really intrigued to see what it'll be like in the new update. Oh, have we got enough for a full stack? Not quite a full stack, but very close to it. Let's get our slime. And yeah, let's get our mining potion as well, actually. It was so bad, and in my run I previously did not use the Terrorblade or any weapons related to it, since the other components were more than enough to do the run in full. Oh wow, I managed to catch one of these live. Yes! Thanks for joining, Ashton. Glad you could make it. Currently in the process of mining at a Plantera arena. Before I destroy this, I should probably fill that area there, to be honest. Because enemies can still spawn there. Just at very reduced rates at least. Okay, I'll finish this row and then head to do that. Came across your channel a couple of days ago and been really enjoying the vids. You've got a very calming voice. Oh, thank you. Glad you think so. Yeah, the channel growth has been kind of insane in this last month. I'm really appreciative of that. I think, yeah, September 2024 was my best month on YouTube, like by quite a bit. Which is nice. I've done 5 to 6 of the crafting tree runs myself so far. So was that exclusively like exo tier weapons or kind of a mix of a few things? You have the concrete mixer, don't you? Yes, I do. That'll speed this up a little bit at least. You know what, I'll do it instead of wings. I'll probably be fine not using fall damage immunity until I die from fall damage. But yeah, good call. I forgot I had that. It's definitely much faster. Let's do this bit next. Just noticed your guy's name Pickupant, pretty funny. Thank you. Any post-Moonlord weapon that has one weapon in pre-hard mode, one weapon in hard mode, and one weapon that is not Shadow Spec tier in post-Moonlord. It's a pretty open list then. There's probably quite a lot you can do with that. Does the mining potion increase the speed of wall breaking? Or is that just mining blocks themselves? Because I'm wondering if I should actually save the mining potion for walls, for blocks specifically. Why cloud wall? Yeah. Like Alejandro says, it's the most abundant wall that I've had for a while now. Just from picking it up in certain worlds. Just noticed your health bar. Is there any way at all to acquire life crystals, or are you locked to 5 hearts? I am locked to 5 hearts, unfortunately. So yeah, it's, that's a big part of the challenge here. Why replace the jungle wall? It's to stop spawns so that when I'm fighting Plantera I don't get messed over by like a hornet trying to kill me. Because this is pretty much going to be my loadout for Plantera, which is kind of scary. Just with some slightly better wings. Forgive me if the silly question is silly, but if you can't pick up drops from bosses, why kill Queen Bee now? Does the Witch Doctor have useful things? And if he does, how do you get money? So yeah, it was mainly to unlock the Witch Doctor, who isn't that useful now, but will be very useful after Plantera's defeated. And for now, there's no real harm in taking him down. But yeah, after Plantera's defeated, that'll be my best set of armor for the rest of the game that I can get from the Witch Doctor, which is the Tiki armor. I mean, technically, if I wanted another minion, I could buy the whatchamacallit from him now. The necklace thing. And as for money, you can find it in chests, and also I've sold a lot of things from chests to NPCs. Once I'm in hard mode, I will be able to get the tax collector, which will be like a bit more of a passive form of money, which would be nice. So just having the Witch Doctor for the extra money from the tax collector is also nice, I guess. The potion buff increases mining speed by 25%, so it should affect walls. Nice. Papyrus Scarab is also a minion related, but since 15% damage to a 7 minion won't do much. Yeah, that's also not until post Plantera, and it literally will be. This is the best minion I can get, I'm pretty sure, unless I've missed any. Just place the walls before I'm even destroying the area. Flinch is better overall as its hit rate will be higher on bosses, but still not good. Yeah, that's the thing, is that the minions really are just supplemental damage. Even in Classic, they're pretty bad. It's like a percentage of the boss's health, they're not doing much. Slime's good for bosses that stay relatively close to the ground, I guess. And for most enemies that are grounded. Oh, I'm feeling that mining speed decrease without the potion, like. So much of this playthrough is just going to be preparation. Like, this is going to be the majority of the playthrough, unfortunately. I honestly might use this arena for the mechs. I know it's not as big as I would maybe like it to be. No, you know what, I can make an arena at the dungeon, because I'll need to use it for Lunatic anyway. But yeah, I may as well do that in pre-hard mode. On the upside, it's good to see a challenge which doesn't lead to hours and hours of fishing. Oh, I'd probably enjoy some fishing at this point, because it'd be a change of scenery. Plus, I don't mind fishing in general. Not as much as some YouTubers. Don't ask Bench to do any fishing. But you know, quality of life mods are bad. Yes, I do. I agree, quality of life mods are bad. Aren't most playthroughs preparation? One way or another, you're always preparing for what comes next unless you're literally golfing or building for pleasure. I'd say that fighting bosses isn't preparation, so if you're doing a playthrough that's mostly fighting bosses, you're not just... You could argue that it's like preparing for the next boss, but I don't know, that seems a bit redundant. I tried doing a no breaking blocks run a couple of months back and ended up having to do so much fishing it led to my next challenge being no fishing. Don't mind it much now though. That's kind of funny. To a lot of people, no fishing wouldn't be a challenge, but I'm currently not enjoying not being able to fish. It locks off a lot of really useful potions and just like a convenient way to get a lot of resources. Yeah, so I'm trying to think of all the things I need to do before hard mode. I want to make sure that I've made all the arenas probably that I want for the rest of the playthrough. I want to ensure that I have a surface mushroom biome, which I can do after making a house in the glowing mushroom biome with the dryad to get some seeds. In other news, Calamity Planetoids in For the Worthy are something else. Oh, I don't know what are they like in For the Worthy. Calamity fishing is very fun since the quests are actually rewarding to do and the actual progress in it is very fun. Yeah, I think that maybe Calamity fishing is better than vanilla, just because it's more open to like getting into it later on and still getting a benefit out of the progression that you've done. Like if you want to save fishing until post-dog, you have a really powerful rod to go fishing with once you decide to do it. Whereas in vanilla, the only real progress you get from fishing is... well, the only real progress in fishing gear is from doing fishing. So it's like its own entire mechanic separate from any other kind of progression. Like it helps other progression, but other progression doesn't necessarily help it. Outside of getting like the Demonite or Crimtane tier of rod. I feel like the fishing would get less old less quickly if it took some inspiration from the last Stardew update and having specific bait for specific fish. Thoughts? That would be interesting, like if you had a bait that made it more likely to get potion fish but was overall less powerful. And then maybe like a magnetic bait like Stardew does have for getting crates. I suppose it's different bobbers. Well no, there's bobbers and bait in Stardew that change the outcome. Yeah, I think that could work. Have you noticed any performance issues from the quantity of drops in the world? No, but I do have a pretty beefy PC. So maybe other people would, but I think at least I haven't noticed anything bad. It caps out at 400 drops, so I think it's 400, it's something like that. Ore planetoids let you progression skip in For the Worthy because they contain cobalt, but most of the rest of the planetoid is made of spikes and lava, so it's dangerous and tedious. I mean, For the Worthy and Calamity is just like progression skip central. There's so many progression skips you can do, which I kind of like, because I mean the rewards for the Worthy and vanilla are like, oh, you can get a really bad melee weapon from the Medusa. It's like, oh thanks, this really challenging seed is so worth it now. Not quite. I mean, Waffle Iron isn't bad per se, it's just not as good as you would think that a secret seed exclusive weapon for such a hard seed would be. Yeah, I don't think drops are that intensive either, Alejandro. Minecraft can lag horribly, but I think Terraria items are easier on the PC. Yeah, just the fact that it's 2 dimensions rather than 3 is a big part of it. There's so much less of the world to think about for the back end on Terraria. Okay, let's get this section. finished, because then that'll be this entire row done. Oh, for the Worthing Calamity only has the Cobalt skip, nothing else. Get Fixed Boy is the skip thing. Okay, okay. I got those mixed up then. Yeah, some of the skips in Get Fixed Boy are pretty creative. Interesting though, because you can get the Reaver Shark in Calamity as well, that can mine Cobalt, so that is quite a big progression skip. You can also shimmer Cobalt into Area Light, so that's another progression skip there as well. Okay, we're almost at a completely spawn-proof area. If I don't die first. I've run out of my mining potion, but I don't know if it's worth using it for yeah, because I'll probably finish up the top bit after this. Oh, and the bottom bit as well. In fact, I've got all this bit at the bottom to mine out, yeah. Could take a while to do that. Let's use another pot. Hopefully this is, well no, this is not going to be the only mining I have to do. I'm going to have to mine a lot more. Specifically around here. Maybe here. I'm going to have to do a lot of mining. There's a little spoiler if you're thoughtful enough to think of what I'm thinking of. Anyway, I feel like Waffles Iron being kind of bad is appropriate given waffle time. Is that a comment on the quality of waffle time? You can leave the bottom part not walled. Why? You can still spawn on the Dynasty Wood. No, it's a comment on the fact that waffle time isn't allowed to catch a break. Oh, okay. I thought it was some controversy or something there that I was unaware of. Magic Carpet does make this a lot easier, I have to say. Okay. You can just put lava at the bottom to prevent enemies. Yeah, I could do. I'll keep that for the bottom layer. I'll probably leave that as the bottom platform here. Yeah, and then mine out this bottom bit and put lava there. No, I may as well put another platform here then. I don't know, I'm not sure if I will go for the lava. What I will do is start mining out this section. Let's see, much further along. Oh, this is going to be painful because of the amount of bees. Hopefully the fact that I've got honey is going to protect me from them long enough. Oh, I almost managed the perfect level. Nice. Just dig out and drain the bottom to get the lava in, since you will only need to use the arena for Plantera, so getting water walking and obsidian skin for that fight is not bad. True, true. I do have a few of those already. Get the walls placed before I go too much further down and then can't reach the top. If these... I'm going to replace them anyway, but if they drop walls, I'm assuming they don't spawn enemies. So I'm playing on expert mode, not master, not legendary. I wanted to see the calamity death for the worthy bosses. I didn't want the absurd health and damage numbers. Yeah, that's fair. No hives do still spawn enemies. Interesting. I thought it was pretty much anything that dropped a wall would be not considered natural. Oh, they just spawn bees, that would make sense. Let's get more of a gulf here so that I don't accidentally break into the wall at the side there, because I would like that jungle grass to climb up the side. Hornets might be the only enemies that can spawn on them, but if I put other blocks like platforms, then they'd be able to spawn there too. Yeah, that makes sense. I think they count for the hive spawn table, similar to the infested variant of dungeon and spider walls. Interesting. I didn't know the hive was even counted as like a biome necessarily. In terms of like the code. They drop the item wall that can still spawn mobs. Okay. Cool. Good to know. Okay, it's thankfully not taking too long to mine out that section there. I may actually get this and the arena for the mechs and lunatic done this episode. Well, this stream, not episode, but you get what I mean. Okay, there we go. And another torch there, more there, why not? There should be a torch here. Ah, the lava, the honey probably got rid of that. Okay, just this bottom section to go before the last layer. I think I will make the that I'm standing on just now an actual layer like of platforms, but I'll save that for once I've cleared out the bottom bit so that enemies don't spawn in the meantime and get into the arena. I think having lava at the bottom is probably a good idea to slow down the thorny ball things as well. You should wall off the hive entrance you made up there so that you don't accidentally go up to during a Plantera fight. That's a good point. Go. Where's that hornet come from? Guess it could come from down here actually, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, I'll be back in a minute and then we'll finish up this arena. And I'm back. I will do that just now. I'm going to pause the music here. Turn on music here. Okay, still jungle. I'm wondering if I get rid of this bottom bit, will it remain jungle? Hi Nathan, how are you doing? Okay, well this might actually be too many platforms for Plantera. I might want to get rid of this platform and this platform, and then just leave this bottom bit as lava. You're Scottish, right? Yes, I am, yeah. I'm kind of tempted to just fill this bottom section anyway, so that I don't have to use water walking and stuff like that during the Plantera fight. Because it would just be a bit of a hassle. I could then just fill the bottom with honey, and it would stop enemies. Yeah, but yeah, honey would stop enemies spawning as well, right? Okay, that's true. Oh, you're Scottish as well? Oh, a lot of Scottish people. We're multiplying. Right, you probably want that water to drain down there. Yeah, honey will stop the thorn balls from bouncing up too high, which will be nice. It's better to just hammer the platforms rather than get rid of them, as you can still hook to them, and falling through them is instant if you just hold down when going through hammered platforms. Yeah, that's true. I might do that then. As much as it'll take a little bit more effort than breaking them. It gives me the option of doing that without having to replace them. Good shout. Yeah, I think I'm going to end up placing a platform at the bottom just so that I don't require water walking when I'm here. Right, so yeah, this one won't be a platform, so I need to go 13 down and then place another platform. Yeah, here. Okay, and then this will be the bottom platform, and I'll fill the bit under this with honey. Well, hitting each platform 2 times with the pickaxe is slower than hammering each of them one single time. Yeah, but you can't, if you're doing that, you can't then use, like, I don't know how to describe it, like, you can't go on a line and just mine behind you. You have to specifically hit each one. I'm guessing the plan for mechs and Plantera is meteor armor and then tiki armor after plant. Probably, yeah. Or the armor I'm wearing just now, plus the meteor helmet. That's also a good set. I don't know if I can get any. I could get the magic helmet from the traveling merchant, but I don't know if that's actually better than the meteor helmet on its own. But yeah, that's another option. Yeah, armor options are pretty limited though. Just gonna check this is, yeah, 13, 13, 13. Yeah, don't know why 13. You can't smart cursor platforms, you need to go and hit them individually still. Yeah, but if you hit them too many times when you're just breaking them, it doesn't matter, but if you hit them too many times when you're hammering them, they'll hammer into a different shape. I guess that's the main point of contention. Plus, I've got a lot of Dynasty wood. I don't think I'll be... Well, I'll hopefully not be running out anytime soon. The Cobalt progression skip is actually rather meaningless for me since I killed Perforators to get the Skyfringe pickaxe and I'm playing Rogue so the armor doesn't help. Oh, the Cobalt Kunai are really good though. I'd recommend using those. They really carried me in the daggers only run that I did. I think I was still using them for like Astrum Aureus. And that's not because I rushed to him, it's like that just happened to be the best weapon for Aureus. Yes, the challenge will be much easier in 1.4.5, which is why I'm doing it now. I don't even know if this will be like a possible challenge in 1.4.5. It depends how hoppers are obtained. If you can only obtain them like from an enemy drop or something, then this whole thing will still be valid. But if you can obtain them as like a shop thing or a crafted thing that I can get items for, then yeah, the whole run will be kind of pointless. I never meant fully filled, I mean like 2 to 3 buckets of lava so that blocks aren't spawnable. Yeah, I know, but I also want the bottom to stop the thorn balls from Plantera. I'd imagine they're craftable / mechanic, otherwise they'll be a bit pointless. Not necessarily. There's a few different ways they could be obtainable. Even if they required the steampunker, everything I'm doing now would still apply. Like I'd still have to go through the weird progression skip for the mech bosses that I'm gonna have to do. Not really a progression skip, it's nothing to do with progression really. Just the weird setup that I'm gonna have to do for the mech bosses. They could be a shimmer item, I don't know, that's true. If you somehow fall golem for each chest, the run is dead. since they only drop from lizards after. Yeah, I've been allowing other worlds though, so I wouldn't be a run killer, I don't think, in this scenario. If I wasn't allowing other worlds, the run would be a lot more difficult and potentially impossible, depending on how lucky I got with different chests, because you would have a very limited amount of money until hard mode, and in this, money is kind of one of the main ways that you get resources. Cobalt can I, the one time cobalt is preferable over palladium. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, Calamity does make a change to it, to the armor, but I'd say the palladium one is still much better. It makes it so that your damage is based on your movement speed, which is interesting, but unless you're gonna like spec into movement speed entirely, it's not that useful. Cobalt and I aren't that OP, since just the Cursed Dagger is better for most scenarios. I don't think so. I think for bosses, Cobalt and I is better because of the homing. Maybe I just rely too much on homing though, because aiming takes too much skill for me. Getting there. I think I've definitely got enough clouds to cover the entire thing. Let's now get rid of this platform here. A sad loss of Dynasty Wood, but needs must. The homing orbs do 300 damage for me, and I'm using pre-hardmode armor. Yeah, especially if you like spec into stealth specifically, they have the option. They have the potential to like decimate enemies, especially bosses with the homing. Quite sad that I'm almost out of mining potions. It'll get me through the Plantera arena, but I'm going to need it for another project as well, which is going to be painful to do without mining potions. Homing means nothing if you can aim, and especially for mixed, Plantera, Cursed Dagger is just better. When I used the Cursed Dagger, it didn't seem that powerful, but maybe I was just using it wrong. Are you like spamming it rather than stealth strikes? Because in the past I've almost always used stealth strikes for rogue. That side done. Homing for me just means I can focus more on dodging, and that focus is kind of needed because otherwise I will get hit. Should really drain this water before I get the honey kind of in here. Really hoping that man-eaters aren't too much of an issue during the Plantera fight, because they're the only things that will still be able to hit me. The thing is that stealth in early hard mode isn't that good, and yeah, obviously they're good in pre-hard mode on for the worthy, but again, the stealth strike from the cursed dagger will melt any worm. This spang mech can also be a very good option as it's fast and very good damage, meaning you can spec into less class specific accessories and more on survivability. That's fair, but again, I just... the homing, because I will die if I have to aim. Okay, we can't get in that way, which is good. Even if you can just aim, homing is less effort required for aiming, which means, as she said, more effort on dodging. Yeah, I also think that even if you can aim, there's still scenarios where you're going to miss. And with homing, that is reduced massively. It's not eliminated entirely, but the chance of you missing is much, much lower. Stealth needs around 3 accessories to be at all viable, which means 3 slots used for something that could be a Charm of Myths, an Axe Shield, or a Honeydew. Yeah, you do have a point. I don't know, it's the age-old question, you know, survivability or damage. That's the reason why Chlorophyte bullets are OP. Yeah. They're not OP, but they're very, very viable. Oh, this water is going to be annoying. I'm just going to have to bite the bullet and lose some of my honey. I'll get more honey from above. think I've misjudged and put this block too high. Yeah. I have indeed. Let's make sure this is all as good as it can be before I release the honey. Mining through the honey reminded you of the Wand of Sparking bit about the 3 liquids world. Yeah. I haven't seen that one either. I'm a bit behind on Terraria YouTube at the moment, to be honest. The unfortunate thing about making your own videos is you then have less time to watch other people's. But you do get an appreciation of how long it takes to make those videos, I think. And spoiler, it's very long. Okay, let's try and get more honey here. Should hopefully be a good amount. If not, I can always mine out the entire hive. I may end up having to do that, to be honest, just to get more honey. I can always use a bucket with honey, but mining it is easier. If you were to estimate how long does editing take versus the length of the gameplay, I would say that for around an hour of gameplay it would take an hour to edit it, and on average that'll become about a minute of actual video. It's just an average, of course, there will be outliers from that, but in general that feels about right. How's the honey doing? Okay, I'm not sure how much I'm going to need to stop the Plantera spikes. I wouldn't mind just filling the bottom bit for the most part. Oh, enemies can still spawn here. Worrying. I do still have clouds. I could cloud up this bottom bit. It does feel a little incomplete without the clouds. Did you say you have another challenge run, Brune? I can always have another one, like... I've got probably over 100 ideas at this point for challenge playthroughs. It's just having the time to create and edit them and all that stuff. Yeah, it's quite hard to consistently upload when each playthrough could take like a few hundred hours in total. Some more than others. Some really aren't that long. But it seems most of the ones I do end up being quite long. I'm jealous of the YouTubers that can just upload like a very, let's say, non-challenging challenge video, and then after like 10 hours of gameplay they edit it for 10 hours and have like a 30-minute video that they release and call a full movie that gets like 300,000 views. Seems I always put myself in situations where I can't do that. Yeah, lava is the only spawn-proof liquid. Also shimmer too, but you really can't use that. Yeah. I thought honey was, but I guess not. I'll just proceed with the wallification. It's not that bad, to be honest. I've done so much of it that, you know, a little bit more can't hurt. Honey does improve regen. Yeah, I'll be using that hopefully in the Plantera fight. If I need to dip down in here, I can. From the top actually. It very much so depends on the type of challenge too. Most of my runs would take me 20 to 25 hours to beat, and any run that's extremely hard or higher in my difficulty tiers will probably be over 35. Yeah, a lot of the time for me just comes from not knowing the boss patterns as well as you probably do. Like instead of, you know, 20 attempts for dog that you would have in a challenge run, I may have, you know, 100, 200. And that does make a pretty big difference in the overall time spent. The hook is more than enough to get out of this pool. Yeah, the hook will be fine. You'd need to use flipper potions to negate the slowdown for the most part to make dipping worth it. No, I think, like Alejandro says, it should be fine to just hook in, hook out. Right, now do I want to go to the effort of replacing these walls? Sure. I've got the clouds. Oh yeah, these are actual blocks. Forgetting that. Not if you're filling it anymore. Or use a grav potion. A lot of my runs end up being character based. I'll take a character of mine and recreate them, and the rules come from that. Current run is using only water / blue / silvery weapons as ocean themed. That's a good idea. There's a lot of water weapons that you can use as part of that, I guess. Dungeon especially will be really good for that. Okay, I guess the last thing to do is to hammer all of these. Let me zoom in for this so that I have a bigger margin for error. I'm guessing, no, I can't just run and hold. I can do it like this and do it every few blocks, but that's probably just going to result in me using them too many times. Or something like that where it hammers the wrong way. Have the ruler on so you can see if you moved to the next or not. I think I know whether I've moved to the next for the most part. I say as I miss the next one. Okay, yeah, I'll put the ruler on then, sure. If you could pick up only one single item in the whole playthrough, which one would you pick? Ooh, interesting question. Thing is, a lot of the event summons don't work even if you've got the... Oh, heart crystals. The heart crystals. Although if it's a single item, if you mean like you can only pick up one of them, then it would have to be different. Pwn hammer, yeah, that would be a good option. Sorry, how did you spawn in here? What? How? Oh, I guess could have spawned here, yeah, yeah. Let's cover that up. Cover that up. I guess the last one's just going to have to be like that. Okay, now if I... yeah, it doesn't stop me. Good, good. So if I do that on this one as well, the Plantera arena should be complete. The hammer would solve the biggest problem point in this run and save a lot of time. Yeah. Although, if it's like a single item type and I can pick up as many as I want, I do think that heart lanterns would be a really good option that would probably rival the bone hammer. I may have missed it. Does hammering the platforms give you an advantage? So it means that, you know, usually when you're falling through platforms, I'll show it here, you get stopped on the platform. But you'll notice when I fall through the hammered platforms, I don't get stopped. So it's just a small kind of advantage. And it means I don't have to break them and lose the platforms as an option to hook onto. So. Yes, the music has stopped. I need to get that back on. There we go. Oh god, why do I keep missing? Hammered platforms let you choose with one input if you have a platform or not. Yeah, basically. It's a good way of putting it. Somewhat cryptic, but technically not wrong. Okay, I think that's a nice looking arena for Plantera. Let's add some more torches up to this spot here. Maybe down this edge and at the bottom. Yeah, that's probably about as good as I'm going to get it. A little dark spot there. I could just torch up the whole place, but it's probably bright enough. I say as I'm torching up the whole place. So I'll circle around the middle. Well, I'll probably have to actually pick an edge to circle because she'll spawn on the edge. Hopefully we'll get Oh, what I maybe should do is start a farm kind of area for life fruit. Not life fruit, Plantera bulbs. That may be worth doing. Somewhere nearby. Where do I want to do it? You know what? I'm going to need access to it from the farm, so I may as well do it here and just avoid this section. As long as there's no water. I don't think there are many who have made an arena with cloud walls. Yeah, I think I might be one of the first. Just put a door there. I will do, yeah. Although that, I've still got auto door on, so... At least it stops the enemies though, I guess. Yeah, let's drop down here. I'm going to leave that so that it expands down to that line. Because I need to think about how the grass is going to grow as well. Thanks for stopping by, Ashton. I hope to see you in the next one. You can just turn off auto door for the fight, that's true. I mean, the Plantera farm doesn't need to be huge, just as long as there's at least a few spots for her to spawn. Okay, and let's destroy a line here so that it can spread further up here. Good. You should put platforms on the undersides of the mud so that the grass doesn't grow vines to blocks below the bulbs. Okay, yeah, good point. Let's do that. I feel like Plantera's bulbs may be able to overcome that, but I don't know exactly, so I'll do it for now. There's no harm really. It's a very small Plantera bulb farm. Probably want to expand it more. This side does have jungle grass on it, so I can take it lower. One of the most annoying things in the game that's really old is you can't place platforms on yourself. Yeah, that's pretty dumb, to be honest. Oh, boulder. Okay, that's one of the grindiest parts done. I still have another grindy part to do here with the arena for Lunatic Cultist. And then probably an even more grindy part to do here and... yeah, here and here. Basically, I'm going to have to level major parts of this side of the world just to progress. So that'll be fun. I should pop that away actually. Oh, there's platforms there. Yeah, I was wondering where all my platforms went. Should I build more housing? I probably should, because I don't think I've actually got the Witch Doctor yet. Okay, tell you what, I started this one with wood, so I'll continue it with wood. 1, 2, 3, 4. Get rid of this. Just mine the top of the dungeon entrance and the hill to the left of it and make an arena into the snow biome. What I'll probably do is flatten out this part of the desert and use this as the arena, because I'll have the speed increase of Dune Rider boots, which could help quite a lot on the mechs. I feel like that's maybe worth doing. Is that valid? Yes. Okay, where else can I place housing that I don't have already? I think I've got 2 here, just 2. Okay, I can get another one here. Let's make a dynasty workbench, just so I can craft stuff here. Get my walls, get my chair and my table. Yeah, wood is not as precious as I thought it was going to be at the start of this playthrough, thanks to the drunk worlds. Okay, this housing is suitable. And I think I've got 3 houses here, 3 houses there, 3 houses here, and 3 houses here. So the only other one I could do really is the jungle, the snow biome. No, I've got snow biome, I mean the ocean and caverns. I don't think the desert is that deep, so you might not be able to flatten it. Surely it'll come down to like here. Hopefully. I don't know. Maybe you're right. I'll be able to see as I go. I may have to make it not fully flat, but, you know, have at least partial flatness. I mean, if it goes up like this, it's not going to be too big an issue. As long as there's not a massive hill like that, you know. Cavern should be made over a hill house that has a bed. Yes, that's the plan. Because that's going to be the only way to increase time. I don't know if I've found a hill house that has a bed though. Bathtub. Bed. There's a bed. Okay. It's got at least one. I'm trying to remember what that looks like, so when I'm looking, I don't... It's a table, not a bed. Don't want one that's in a lava room. Hey, we've got at least one. And I haven't searched this side fully, which is surprising. Pots. Okay. One is good. Torch under the sand. Unfortunately, you can't do that anymore. You need to have an actual block to replace it with. Otherwise, this would be a lot easier. I also want to make sure I don't go too low so that I miss it on sand or something. Since I get the speed increase on sand with my Dune Rider boots. You should probably go below the desert to check if you can see how deep it goes. As long as you don't break into the sand layer above. I don't know, I'll see how deep it goes by mining into it, I guess. I'll maybe do 2 layers at a time so that I can fully see. If you replace it with a block, mine the one below and place a torch, then break the first block. I can try that. I kind of want to make sure I know where the sand goes down to though. If I'm going to do it that way. Because that's all mud and stone up here. Because once I break the sand, it's broken forever, you know? Yeah, you can only replace the topmost sand block. So I'd have to go to where there's actual blocks. Just make a tunnel under the sand, but the sand won't be all even at the bottom. It's not like it's a straight line at the bottom, so that won't really work. Because I want it to be a straight line, for the most part. Minecraft Torch Sand Strat is so real. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think you can do that in Terraria. Or at least if you could, you know, there's no offhand, so it wouldn't be as easy. Yeah, so you can see what is the lowest spot on the sand that is flat. I still wouldn't be able to like block replace under it though. Like if I try and block replace here, it doesn't work. So I don't see what the point in that would be. I'm assuming that it goes down to at least this layer for the most part. So I'm going to mine to this layer for now. I'm going to use the mining potion. I may regret it later when I've got more mining to do, but there's also the possibility that I just use bombs for that. I'll get the cactus later. A few dynamite would go a long way too. Yeah, I'm saving the dynamite for blocks that I'll need to break that I don't have the mining power for. You can spread the desert slow with antlions if needed, though it's ridiculously slow. That's true. It's a good point, actually. One of the few ways I can move sand. In fact, one of the only ways, potentially the only way I can move sand. Hello, I like your floating cactus. Thanks, I worked real hard on it. Like the skyblock. Yeah, true. All things come back to skyblock. This feels a bit like a skyblock in terms of like you're really limited on what you can get, and not just for boss fights, but like for everything. I'd say this is much more limited than a skyblock. Why are you making the terrain flat? I'm going to use it as a boss arena once I'm in hard mode. Everything is skyblock. That's true. There is no escape from skyblock. I will eventually sort out the cactus. I can place blocks, but I can't get many blocks. We fighting the Scourge. I've not watched anything except the last skyblock video you made, as I'm personally not too interested in it. That's fair. I imagine you're more interested in like the boss battle side of Terraria than the like skyblock challenge side, which is fair enough. It's not for everyone. It's very grindy. Way more grindy than any kind of boss or weapon-based challenge that I've done. Can't wait for the official skyblock seed. Me neither. It's going to be a good one. Okay, let's go for the wings, sure. Don't want to die fall damage while I'm on the ground. Could have gone Band of Regen. Maybe would have been a good idea. I liked your vid where you ask other YouTubers questions. Thanks. There should hopefully be another one of those coming soon. once I can finish the edit, which has taken a while just because I can't be bothered with it, mainly. I'd rather play this. Dryad sells platforms though. Yeah, they're expensive, so I'll probably use Dynasty Wood instead because it's cheaper. And I've got a fair amount of it so far. And I'll probably buy a fair amount more. Are you asking to the same people? Yeah, it was all recorded at the same time, so it's just another continuation, I guess, of that same video. At what point of the game are you? So I'm currently pre-wall, I would say. But I've skipped over a lot of the things you would usually do at this point. Oh god, they hit quite hard. Like, I haven't killed the Eater of Worlds yet. I haven't even broken a Shadow Orb yet, because that'll come later. Well, I suppose there's actually no need for it now. Can't get anything from it. Yeah, I've killed Skeletron. Gone up to Skeletron, I guess, is the best way of describing it. Okay, there's me done with that section. I just need to worry about the cactus now. And maybe lowering it further. Okay. So I think it definitely goes a couple of blocks lower than this. So I'm doing all right on the sand arena front. Normal platforms are a third to a half block in height. Oh, you're talking about why planter boxes are not the best platforms. That makes sense. Yeah, they're good for in Hell. I'll maybe use them for in the Underworld since I can't get obsidian platforms in this. But how are you beating Moonlord though, since you can't pick any mob drops? Well, the rules are based around the Encumbering Stone, which means I can get items from chests and from NPC loot. So once I'm in hard mode, most of my upgrades will come from that NPC loot. Actually pretty much all, almost without exception, I guess. So like the final weapon that I'll probably be getting, unless I use some don't dig up tomfoolery, would be like Pulse Bow or Celebration from the Party Girl. Also, if you hold down while mining sand, you won't go up it and can just walk into it. Oh, nice. Was not aware of that. Pretty sure that still extends quite a few blocks down. Yeah, I can probably go for like another 6 blocks down, and then I don't have to keep mining for so far. Like keep mining the things that come through the cactus. Yeah, I'll go for 6. No wings pre-mech though. I have wings. I have fledgling wings. Yeah, Steampunker will be very useful once I have her. She'll be like the wing goddess of the playthrough. I'm always going to keep the option of using Dynamite on the Destroyer as like a backup, since he can't fly up, so we'll see how that goes. That's just because you can't walk up full blocks while holding down. And as sand gets the bottom block mined always last, it just works. Yeah, nice. Thankful my slime's taking out the antlines before I get to them. It means I can just mine straight through. I guess it's possible then. Yes, but it's going to be very difficult, especially getting the mechs to spawn. That's the biggest challenge of this playthrough, because I can't pick up any kind of hammer to break a demon altar, and I can't pick up any of the items used to spawn them, or the items used to craft items that spawn them. So I have to get a little creative and out of the box with that. Go on, slime, kill the other ones as well. Just waiting. What do you mean? If you're talking about the mechs, it won't be just waiting, because they only spawn after you've broken a demon altar by waiting. Is it worse than Skyblock? I don't know. I don't think it's more grindy than Skyblock, to be honest. I don't think the slime's going to do his job here. But the Star Fury will. Why am I now suddenly suffocating when I wasn't before? How is it possible then? Like I say, through some out-of-the-box thinking. Like there's more than just hammers that can break demon altars. Mining speed. Are you talking about using a potion? Because I've run out. Oh, is that why I'm suffocating? Because the mining speed ran out? The mining potion? Like what? That's the question that I'm not revealing the answer to until probably the point where it's happened. People gotta think of it themselves. The worst part about mining all this stuff is that this is the best pickaxe I can get for the rest of the game. So it's not even like, oh, if I just wait for hard mode, I'll then be able to mine so much faster. Like, no, this is it. This is the pickaxe I will be using for the entirety of the game. And it's not very fast. I think it's safe probably to go down another 6 blocks. If not more, to be honest. Why are you making it this low though? Just so I've got more vertical space. Always good to have verticality for boss fights. I think that's probably the highest point that dirt is so far. So let's actually double check that. Star Fury, Excavation, or Divination, I guess. That's searching for rocks, right? Like a divining rod. Don't overshoot it, yeah. That's what the Star Fury is here for. Okay, I think that's the highest point the dirt is at. So we can go to there and then, yeah, use a bomb for this a little bit here. And let me check this little section here. And this little section here though, just in case. Does dirt rod only work on dirt, as I remember it at least some point working on mud and sand too? Let's have a look. If it works on mud, that'll be big. Magically moves dirt. I don't actually know how this works, to be honest. Never once used the dirt rod in my life. Okay. Oh no, that dirt block is now gone forever. So it works on grass. Does not work on snow. Doesn't work on mud, it seems. Let's go see if it works on sand. No, does not work on sand. Let's... So I can still move the sand with ant lines, I guess. I've got that as an option up my sleeve. Okay, over here maybe. It doesn't work on anything except dirt. But the wiki does mention grass. Okay. I think I've overshot that by 1 block, technically. But I'll be running so fast over it that I'll jump up that really easily. You could try on jungle grass. I just did and it didn't work. So I can get an antline to fill at least one of those blocks and then I'll be fine. You can move the dirt from under the sand to drop it down. Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, let's... Oh god damn it, I've just... Okay, that's fine, that's fine. This still works. I'll have a one gap there and then just go with it for the rest. Yeah, I could technically make this as low as I wanted just by breaking the dirt underneath. You need to be careful. Yes, I do. That was not very careful of me there. If I can get this arena also done today, I think I'll be happy with the stream. Because that means on the next episode I can focus on the thing I need to do before killing the Wall of Flesh. Which isn't build a Wall of Flesh arena, surprisingly. An antline could fill that tiny hole if you wait for one to spawn. Yeah. Got the Dark Lord's favourite. Checking that. But yeah, technically, if you start by mining or moving the dirt with the dirt rod from the highest spot away, then you can drop the entire desert to be level with the oasis. Yeah, it would just be a lot of work. I mean, mining this much sand has been a lot of work, but I'd probably rather do, you know, an extra hour of work now than an extra 3 or 4 hours on the mechs waiting for them to spawn. Because if I don't beat them the first try, it's going to be a long wait to beat them again. I think what I can do is use this as the upper, or the first platform, and then have one slightly lower for the next area of sand. Like lower this part to the left here. course, I've managed to get to the corruption bit at night time. So yeah, this has been about 2 days worth of work, I would say. Not bad, to be honest, for an arena that I'll use for pretty much the rest of the game. Well, I've got the flattened out part at least. It is just the classic mechs, and twins will be the hardest, as Prime is a joke with the spin speed, so only the laser and cannon arms are dangerous. Destroyers should be bombed on top of the dungeon to not blow up the world with dynamite. Yeah, that works. Okay, let's clear this block, and then it's technically done. I say technically done, I've still got the layers to add in. Using chests is allowed, yes, just without picking up loose items on the ground. Yeah, so anything that the Encumbering Stone allows me to get is fair game. Which mostly means that chests or NPC shop items, because I'm not picking those up, I'm just transferring them from one inventory to my inventory. Okay, that looks pretty good. I'm going to be back in a minute, and then we'll start adding the platforms. And I'm back. Bone Reaper is saying I should use purification powder to purify the edge of the desert, then isolate it from the corruption. Yes, well, I think you'll know that I have plans for the corruption. And part of that will be isolating it from everything else. Where's he at in progression right now? I just got here. Yeah, I've killed Ike, Skeletron, and Queen Bee. And I've also spent quite a while mining out an entire arena with a silver pickaxe. And placing walls behind every block so that once I'm able to fight Plantera, I don't get enemies spawning inside the arena. Although I've just seen there's one block that they'll be able to spawn at. Okay, what I might want to check before, well, while it's nighttime, is going to the underground and making, or the Underworld, should I say. Yeah, I've got my wings on. And making a little base for myself. Let's get that on. Yeah. Yeah, let's see if we can find where. Oh, I meant to place you, not the band of regen. Oh my god, you hit hard. Yeah, so we're looking for a bed. Not in this house, because this is made of lava. Let's use health. Okay, let's check this one here. No bed here. So yeah, skipping time will be very nice. So having a easy access to a bed will be good. No bed in here. That's a bathtub, right? Oh no, there is a bed right here. Nice. I do need to get going now, so I'll see you in the next time. Okay, I won't be streaming too much later, but thanks for dropping by. Okay, let's build out the sides of this. Make a safe path for the most part to the Underworld. To make sure no lava drops on it, because that'll destroy the bed probably. Okay, that should be tall enough to make some housing. Do you have a plan for this run, or are you just winging it at the moment? Oh, I have a plan, yeah. The plan involves a lot of grinding. I think that should be high enough. Let me double check how big the housing up here is actually. So 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 internally, I think. Okay, so this is actually one too high. Let's keep that there. I think. Oh, fire imps are going to be an issue, but once I've got a house here, they at least shouldn't be, or a town, they shouldn't be so bad. I like that you chose Stardew music for the stream. Yeah, I've been using it for the last few. It's good vibes, I think. Yeah. Especially because it's a bit more of a slow playthrough than most. I've done like 3 boss fights and they've been in classic mode, so it's really not been that difficult so far, in terms of boss fights at least. Difficult part will come later on. Let's get 2 of these, 2 of these, and 2 of these. I think that's the level. I could be wrong with that. Place a torch and double check actually. Yep, that's suitable. I'm thinking that I may as well make 3 houses here just now, because I probably will want that many eventually in the underground. And once I place the caverns pylon should I say, I'll want to make sure it's where I want it to be so I don't have to replace it, because that means rebuying it. That. Place these and that. Missing a wall? Where? Is it because this block here? That was literally it, yeah. Okay, so I should be able to then place a pylon on this side once I've got it. Okay, quite happy with that. Let's see what the witch doctor's got to sell. Fountains, imbuing station, and blowgun. All very useless stuff because I literally cannot get any ammo for the blowgun. Imbuing station, I don't think I can get any items that turn into flasks. Let me quickly check the flasks on the wiki. Maybe flasks of party. That might be the only flask I can get. On venom later on. And nanites technically, but yeah, flask of venom might actually be quite useful if I'm using a melee weapon at that point, but for now, Witch Doctor actually kind of useless. I do want to move him to the jungle though. Let's move the hairstylist out. And then let's move her into here. So if I haven't searched the entirety of this Underworld, there's a chance that I've actually missed some chests that could have meteor bars in them. Interesting. Tell you what, I may as well use the remaining cloud wall I've got to completely make this part safe so that like I can't get a lava slime coming down here. Although realistically it'll probably never be fully safe. I just really do not want the bed to get affected by lava. Merchant NPC is probably a godsend in this run. He's been useful, but I mean, what does he sell that would be that helpful now? Yeah, for now there's not much. Early on, I mean, getting the mining helmet has been great. Piggy banks have been great. Other than that, that's kind of it, to be honest. Obviously, anvil helped quite a lot. I haven't need to use a furnace yet because I've been getting all my bars from chests. I don't think there actually is any ores that I can get or anything else that I can smelt in a furnace, so yeah. Potions and arrows, I assume. Yeah. Right, so for the next part of the arena, I'm going to need to place down my actual platforms. I think it's usually 29 blocks that I would go up for an arena because that's the distance that you get Heart Lantern from the bottom. But in this scenario I might want to do less because I won't be able to jump that high. Well, I suppose once I've killed Destroyer I should be fine, right? Yeah, should be fine after Destroyer. So 29 blocks, I'm pretty sure. Does that sound right to everyone else? More or less, I go 20 personally. Yeah, just because I've only got a few Heart Lanterns, I kind of want to maximise them. I will go 28, because then I can always... No, I think 29 will be fine. Let me check the wiki quickly. Let's see, 170 by 125 tiles. Where does it show the range? I thought there was a part on the wiki that showed the range for a campfire. Right, so 125 area based on the thing itself. So half of that is, what, 62? And then half of that again would be 31. So yeah, I think 29 must be right, just based on the height of it. I'm going to go for 29 up. Although it may have been 29 Calamity. And I think Calamity might change the height of them. Does Calamity change the height of them? What did you miss? Not much. I finished up the arena over here and then I flattened the desert. Sorry, I'm just having a look for if there's an exact answer for this. What am I looking for? I'm looking for the best height for lanterns and bass statues. I think that it's 29 and then 29 again. So if I do this, I think that would be 29 blocks there. No, 28. Oh, where's that antline? Can I get you to fill the space over here, Mr. Antline? Ooh. No, you're not going to stretch that far. What if I jump up here? Come on, Antline, you got range, surely? No, you don't have that much range, apparently. If I recall correctly, the Heart Lantern is the same range as banners. You could test with a green slime banner to ensure correct placement. Unfortunately, this run also means I can't get banners, so I won't be able to test it that way. Because instead of going straight into your inventory, banners do drop us items just on your player characters. So, yeah, 29 and 29, I'm pretty sure. Really hoping that this is the... Like, if I placed a Heart Lantern there, now it would be fine. I just want to also get the right distance from the edge. They're all the same area. Yeah, but one of them's placed below the blocks and one of them's placed above. So to get all of them, if they're on the same platform, it can sometimes be quite difficult with the maths. Yeah, something I noticed about Campfire is this ranges horizontally slightly more because Campfire is 3x2 tiles instead of 1x2. Yeah, that's true. Campfires are much more free than... Oh yeah, I could use a campfire to test it, kinda. Because they're kind of free compared to the other two. Yeah, I'll still get it down here, okay. That's good enough for me then. Yeah, compared to Heart Lanterns and Bass Statues, campfires in this are basically free, so... That's a good edge there, I think. So then if I place campfire here. And go until I no longer get a campfire. Oh, I need to get rid of this campfire first. How do you acquire heart lanterns, given you can't get life crystals? I bought them from the party girl, no, the princess, on a Celebration Mark 10 seed. Because she sells them on that seed. Okay, so that's as far as I can go here. So I think if I place you there, I will then get Bass Statue and Heart Lantern. Okay, I get all three down here. Should hopefully get all three right at the edge here. I do, yeah. I may as well keep that campfire there. There's no reason to remove it. I was going to suggest Shimmer, but realised the glaring issue there. Yeah. Unfortunately, Shimmer is not possible in this run, which is sad because it's really useful in most runs. Okay, I think I'll probably want to make it so that I have one more layer here. Okay, so place down another campfire here, say, and then head to where that's out of range. And then if I place a campfire, say here, and then remove that one, do I still get the buff? It doesn't need to be exact. I don't mind if I'm like a few blocks out, but as long as I get full coverage, I'm happy. Yeah, got full coverage there. So, Bass Statue to the right. And then Heart Lantern under. Could be using my many building potions for this, to be honest. I kind of got no reason not to, other than the fact that they're all the way at home and I can't be bothered moving that far. There's as far as it goes. I found your content recently and it's actually so good and relaxing. Please upload more. I'm trying to. It's just difficult. All the videos that I make take a real long time. How long you was farming desert to get 6 bass statues? It took quite a while. I was mainly looking for the Dune Rider boots that were warding. But getting bass statues, I guess, was a good second priority for that. That's the same. Yeah, there we go. And then if I expand you just up to the same level. Two more. Okay. Now I probably will eventually go another bit out, but that'll be after I kill the destroyer because I'll want to use dynamite over this area. I mean, the destroyer might not be the first mech, I might not get that lucky. It's like a 1 in 3 chance that the destroyer will be the first mech. Yeah, multiple words are allowed, so that allows a lot of things that otherwise wouldn't be possible. clear out this big island in the way. It may actually be possible to take the destroyer on without cheesing it, to be honest. It really may not be that bad. And maybe we want to at least try it to see how possible it is. It's still doing the same damage when I've got so much more defense. Yeah, 34 compared to 27. Should be doing like 3.5 less damage. I know there's a random variance in there, but goddamn. Zoom in for the people on small screens. Could also change this. Oh, and this. Yeah, that should have much more defense now. Yeah, gone up to 42. And with the Band of Regen, I can pretty much ignore that kind of damage, so very nice. For this run, the Band of Regen is very powerful, considering my health's only 100. It's like 1% of my health every tick. If only I could upgrade it to a Charm of Myths later, but unfortunately that's not possible. Oh, equip the chisel, yes. Good point. Forgot that I didn't have it equipped, to be honest. Missed a right up here. Also, you have campfire too. True. I will have that during boss fights as well, so. And regen and food, so my health regen should be pretty good for boss fights. And every time an enemy drops a health, that's like 20%, like drops a heart, sorry. That's 20% of my health in one go. Came back. Good to see you back. Thanks for joining. Yeah, in most playthroughs, regenerating like 13 health is not a big deal, but for me that's like a large aspect of my health. 13 health goes a long way in this run. Gonna make me really appreciate my next tank run that I do. What I do want to do at some point is do like a regen based run in Calamity. 13 HP is 13% of your HP, yeah. That's the crazy amount, is that it's a percentage. Any small amount is actually quite a massive difference. Getting those hearts, like 20% of my HP back. That's usually what a potion would be, is about 20% of your HP. And I just get that from an enemy heart. Or by waiting like 10 seconds. This is the real strategy. Just don't have any health, and then everything's going to be a massive amount of your health as a percentage. How enjoyable is Calamity for a casual player? I'm not able to right now because I'm on Switch, but I do wonder if it'd be fun with easier difficulties. Yeah, I think it would be very fun with easier difficulties. I've only really played the higher difficulties myself, usually just Revengeance, which is basically the same difficulty as Vanilla Expert, to be honest. But yeah, it's honestly one of the best mods there is. There's a reason that it's one of the most downloaded, if not the most downloaded mod. That's probably enough of that. Okay. I think that's probably a good point to end this stream, to be honest. Done quite a fair bit. Managed to get my Warding Cobalt Shield right at the start, which will be very useful all the way to the end game. Managed to clear out the arena and place down all the walls. Even got some honey at the bottom to slow down Plantera's spike balls. And even managed to make an arena at the desert / dungeon so that lunatic cultist and mechs should hopefully not be an issue. So yeah, thanks for joining the stream, and I hope to see you guys the next time I stream. I'll see you guys later.